Way up the races. Please read before playing. Remind yourself how awesome you are. So last night there was a new update for the game. Let's see. Time of the day, shadow, and even the weather can affect how hidden you are. What do we have here? So yes, it is more like not enough. Wait, it wanted me here. I did get a couple of.
What do you want me to say?
Couple of ultimate plans. Finally,
Ahoy, Captain.
I do need to upgrade or find the rest. But these ones that I found last yesterday, they were from shit. From treasure
Get them
chests.
aloft, let's go. More sail, we need to
Ride
budge.
the wind, for all she's worth.
We will make a long turn.
Raise your voices, me trumps. Give everything she's got.
Probably Mary Bell.
It's a brig.
Let's sail. Speed of. This white color for the or light colors for the boat. They are nice, but they get.
Spanish ensign. They're not alone, sir. Rather go.
Oh, dear, he got Johnny, which what he must pay. Well, meet these like out and we'll ring the old bell. Goodbye, fare well. Goodbye, fare and with them duties we'll raise merry hell. We're homeward bound to the gals of the town.
Calm her down. Roll them all.
From a hidden spot.
Let's save some for later.
Taking us salt.
Not for ye here, man.
Smite the shepherd, and the sheep will scatter.
No, he doesn't care.
How many times do I have to say it? Flick, stroke, and under. Can't you imbeciles do anything? My old ma can skin faster than you lot.
Those persons could work. Guess we go for both. Just wait for him to come here next time. Did he rescue that baby jaguar or what is the cat? He must move soon. Yes.
Quickly! We need to be fast or he'll skin us instead! Stroke of the flick. Wait.
What kind of
or
boss
it
is
flick
that?
and a stroke?
I can't remember. Oh, I should have stayed beforehand.
Oh, good God, I cut myself.
Now he's gonna talk to his
How many
subordinates.
times do I have to say it? Flick,
Work faster.
stroke, and under. Can't you imbeciles do anything? My old ma can skin faster than you lot.
The natural order restored.
Oh, I. No, it's risky. I could now change the trinket. Increases rewards from floating loot. Okay, do they have anything else here? Seems that it's only food. That was one of the first touches, but
Not bad.
I'll take it. We still got the skin. Was not. Storm is coming. Where are we gonna go next? I could check on the codexes. What island? New Bone, 40794. 407. Or we just go for that. Maybe I haven't found the island yet. It could be. Did I get the... I think I got ultimate. And actually upgrade.
Unreef the mains.
Ultimate plan for my harpoon.
Let's see that dock!
Last was.
Give me every inch of sail. Faster
Try the
now.
killer race and great fights.
Give us a shanty.
Just the one shit, Cap! Looks like booty!
What boats are you? Fasusasu rumflod. It's 2 ships. Frigate and a school.
Come all you young sailor and listen to me.
Level 3.
I'll sing you
Ease
a song
up.
of the fish in the sea.
Ramming speed! Just say the word! Fire! 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 Give me some speed!
That bot really thought he has a chance. I gave it a chance to run away, but he didn't.
You want to board her now, sir? Reef them tight!
For some reason, I was unable to board it.
We move!
Welcome, Sorga. Thursday night.
She's right, sir! Should we board and take her? Unreef the mains!
And now we have the space to sport.
Our faults deserve no mercy.
Grappling hooks away! Let's do the prize!
We shall pull the bread from your land.
Ah, hit nothing. My boat, which we will use for repairs. We have a pirate ship coming.
May they receive eternal peace.
Say the word, sir.
I'm waiting. Easy peasy.
Pull them down to hell, lads!
Oh, that didn't hit. My assassination. Not a Captain Sparrow. Captain Fuzzle. Am I a red bird? Brown bird. Let's slower. Who wants to be next? Here, legendary ship El Impulotto. Over here. Fearless and Royal Sovereign. Shall I try this? From Cayman. Let's see. Just be sure I could here.
Have you business to contract
See
with me?
if I have any other ultimate touch. So yes, it was harpoon and the amount of ammo I can carry. I really like the altar cells. The hull is nice. Like with this obsidian. This just looks more better.
Excellent. Good day. Well concluded.
So let's try to capture us.
Fill their souls with terror. We've already won.
First send our fleets away.
Ships are profit.
Accepting repairing. Oh, one boat is still. That almost got destroyed. Risk level 0. That would be trading some spices. Oh, now that mission is completed.
The more holds, the higher the profit.
Somehow I need to get a level 2, unless those always get hurt. We ain't doing any kind of trading. Piracy. Then I would need a new prig. My man of war are just waiting. I could see what the Tortugas have. Good. Ships have been ordered.
Captain Kenway.
Names out, trim to the wind.
Off to the fort. It is not far.
All sail.
What are you two?
Royal Navy! Looks to be a frigate!
They have some resources.
Give us a song, lads.
Royal Navy! They're not alone!
Wherever it sails, sailed on a rich on a windy day. And we're waiting for the day, waiting for
Wait
the
for
day,
a day.
waiting for the day that we get our pay. The sea was built in Roman times, held together with bits and twine. And we're waiting for the day, waiting for the day, waiting for the day that we get our pay.
Is the monkey trying to sing as well?
Nothing in the hole, skippers turned in with a bag of gold. And we're waiting for the day, waiting for
Wait
the
for
day,
a day.
waiting for the day that we get our pay. Up for Nestle sprang a leak, here I pour out Tismus.
Is this the one with mines?
Wait for the day, wait for the day that we get our pay. We crossed our way round Scalby Nest when the wind's back.
Fire! We must tread lightly. These waters are well guarded, sir. Fire! 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 With a will
Fast as you dare. Ease her on.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Tower is almost down, Captain.
Fire! 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 He's in all tops! Hold on, Jonathan! Fire! Stunts out! Let's get moving! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Ease her.
Fire! Fire! Great! Fire! Fire!
Give everything she's got.
Are these mines destroying us or what's destroying? The mortars of the enemies. Fortress or
Fire!
Unreef the mains. Get the tops and royals down.
definitely trying to get rid of the mines first. Yes.
Fire! 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 Fire!
Fast as you can. Ease her on.
Fire! Race! Fire! 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 Fire!
Careful, lads! They're tougher than they look!
Give everything she's got. Calm her down.
Fire!
In a day, we will fire!
Fire!
Looking at like We can't be hit.
Fire! Brace yourself! Douse all but mains!
They have us in their sides, Captain!
Fire! Fire! Fire!
We can repair our boat while fighting.
Step on their ship and they'll pack like the sea! Pull them in with a will!
As long as we won't be hit by a mortar.
You're gonna see dogs, Dilla! Oh, he's there!
That's true. No matter what, we need to help this one.
Loose and trim too! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Take offensive action!
Fire! Brace for impact! Trim the yards off the wind! Fire! Unfurl mains, let's move! Fire! Fire!
There's her right there! They're on the brink! Follow them!
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Let's finish that town off, Captain! Waiting on us!
Fire! Douse the gallants and royals! Fire! Tops! Gallants! Royals! Studs!
Fast as you dare!
Ease her off!
Ready to fire, sir!
Fire! Fire! Who's in all tops?
Nice.
Time to take over the fort!
Glad that there was that one ship who came to defend for me to repair my boat
Give me every inch of sail!
until the sailboat.
Fire! Haul up the royals! Fire! Fire!
Set on the back!
Captain of the ship. We're ready. Ready to take our next step. Fight.
You'll have to be quicker.
Det blir alldeles... Come here, guns. Ah, that's just explosives.
Your life at an end!
was still stunned.
Time to join the chorus celestial! Down, you!
Up and over!
Take my revenge.
Who's a man who dares to be grenades? I think Michael walked.
All together now!
Charlotte, you are.
Our minds missed you, but you'll die just the same.
Oh, it was just one dude. The axe was enough. Nice. How many parts I have left? There's 7 we got 3. 3 left. Hmm. We do have a main quest here. Opening Charlotte, it only showed a new smuggler's den. Maybe we should try to see what that is.
They've got barrels upon barrels of powder. It would have only taken one stray bullet.
It will best of me for a game of liar's dice.
Sharpener barrels. Barrels stuffed with charcoal to damage the sails of enemy ships. The barrels explode and impact all when shot. We just...
Get them aloft, let's go!
Oh, it's just a schooner.
Loosen, trim tight, ride the wind!
Johnny
Shanty!
Boger.
Oh, to me, Johnny Boger, come rock and roll me over. To me, Johnny Boger, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Boger, the skipper is a rover. To me, Johnny Boger, do.
Looks
Oh, to me, Johnny Boger, the meat is never sober. To me, Johnny Boger, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Boger, the bosun is a tailor. To me, Johnny Boger, do.
Let those boats fight
Oh,
this
to
time,
me,
right?
Johnny Boger, we'll all go on a jamboree. To me, Johnny Boger, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Boger, the packet is a rolling. To me, Johnny Boger, do.
Is it this island or something behind
We're
it?
pulling all together. To me, Johnny Boger, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Boger, we'll haul for better weather. To me, Johnny Boger, do. Oh, do me Johnny Poker, and soon we'll be in London town. Do me Johnny Poker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Poker, come rock and roll me on.
5 stars.
Do me Johnny Poker, do. As I sailed, oh, my name was Captain Kidd.
Come fire!
And God's laws I did forbid, and so wickedly I did as I sailed.
Fire! Blew up the foremast
Picking
main!
up, Captain. There, King George is coming. Bring it, sir. Tumble up! Do you hear the news?
Your stores should be brimming with cargo.
Crowd it all on! Fire! Fire!
Hey, now where's the
Shorten
other?
sail! Get off the squall!
Come! We'll need the carpenter to fix that.
Fire! 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 Reach the topsails and gallants! Fire! Brace yourselves! Fire!
Taking a flogging!
Give me some speed!
We've run aground!
Fire! Fire!
Let's just say this was a bit too close.
Your stores should be brimming with cargo.
Ease the
New
mains
bowl.
off the wind.
This was one of the treasure map items as well.
Stunsails. Use all the wind you can.
Say the word, and at the grapple cast and border!
Fine.
Let us strike these devils down! Grappling hooks away! That's to the prize! No mercy!
He just decided to fall down.
Your last mistake, mate!
There's one. Yeah, I do need these to repair my boat. We did take some heavy damage. The other one does have a
Catch me some wind!
Do not leave them muzzled.
The wages I've seen have been paid. Prepare to board, Milsgar!
Pull them in with a will!
Take the fight to them.
Don't you dare to turn your back up. shots. Oh, this one didn't have. Well, now at least we are full health.
Get them aloft, let's go!
Now, what was in this island? New bone, wasn't it?
All sail! Fill those sticks! A song!
Oh, and I was going to Derby.
Those stores should be brimming with cargo.
I met the finest ramsel that ever was fed upon egg.
That's enough for now.
That's a lie, that's a lie, lie. Okay, we are docked. I think the boat was trying to dock at the same time. That's why there's a little glitch.
More ships mean more money.
Southwest sector unlocked. You can reduce the risk level. Just 1 man of war.
Their stores are swelling.
And every other boat is already on the mission.
That rotten rigging will cause us further mischief.
It's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie, lie, lie. Let's check on the map. Jar with faces. That's art piece that I acquired. $407.94. There will be a treasure for us. Kill the fugitive. Assassinate the target from stolen zone. Easy enough.
I'll deal with this butcher. Leave. The chest must be somewhere back there.
Let's just say it was none of these guys. For this we do need to be anonymous though. Kinda alerted half of them. Yeah, I can shoot those guys.
Got you!
take care of you guys then. We got her.
Here you are.
Got some potions. Heavy attacks don't work. A fast dodge. Okay, what I wanted was the viewpoint. I was just too loud when shouting. This was a new home, a new bow. The British rule across the fortress was also next this island. He's far. That is a bell, but not the key. All seamen and petty officers know it. The warehouse is closed on the federal orders. I have important business to attend to, and the key remains with me on board. Furthermore, ruins are strictly not to be approached upon until my return. Ensign Grace, that means you especially intelligent James. Near Maya's delay. The target to kill is also there. Let's see about this treasure.
I've seen this place before.
Must be here.
If it's buried, it must have worth. Good stuff.
Not an ultimate plan. Still good stuff. Okay, let's get back up. Find the Mayan. Mayan's Legion Treasury actually get. Too big gun for him because he was not able to hit anything. Let's get rid of the bell. Oh! I didn't see there. No, we should... More data files here. I've only listened to the first one. Oh, this is as close as it goes. There's a capuchin monkey. There is one chest in the building.
God in heaven.
Let's pet the cat.
Oh, you're a feisty one.
Okay, now... jungle. One man can search a little.
Is he being paranoid again? Yup.
Not quite. I've got a clear shot.
I'll stop you!
Gotcha, chum!
Too slow, Chief. There he is.
Too slow. Oh, he was the assassination attack. Yeah, I was the...
He won't be missed.
Minus 50 gold rounds. It's fine. At this whole camp. Oh, Maya's Lake is that way. And we... Huh? There's not anything there.
No, Isabella. This has to stop. Here. This won't last long.
And you're Decker. He was the one who tried to come at me. Self-protection. Let's investigate. Yeah, that was kind of obvious that it would be in the middle. You still need to do the investigation. Now I got 10. We are missing 2 pieces of Mayan slate. Mayan armor. We also do now have the key for the warehouse. What are these? No exaggeration. Is that like a... Here was another path. Vulture vessel.
Go down like a sack of potatoes!
In the cover of smoke.
Not good enough! Oh, that was nice.
Quite clean, right? Oh, these guys didn't have anything. The door of the warehouse is... Hey! Can't leave a small chest behind. An English ship in action with burning vessel. There is still one assassination contract here. Let's see. That's where some of the guards did respawn. There's nobody looking for me. We can't even see your card. Hang the target with the rope dart, extra 500. One less Spaniard, that must be on some other island, because it's run by Englishmen.
Better to keep this artifact out of Templar hands.
Yeah, it's showing like 3. It's okay.
Last one.
I wonder what will the ocean bring us today.
Catch me some wind.
Let's go, boys.
Crowd in on, all of it. Shanty. Speed, lads.
The wind favors.
What's in here? It's like a wood. We might need to fight the...
Careful, Captain! His watch are watched by our enemies!
Mother War first.
He may not look like him,
but Cerretella's accounted for more ships than any other port.
Gallants and royals! Ains out, let's go! Raise! Fire! Fire!
Take a shot! Right there, sir!
Fire!
Not enough range. Oh, we almost got destroyed. Yes, we can board both. I still have. We only used 5 for mortars.
Give me more sail.
Only 5 mortars.
Let us strike these. Reel them in, me trunks.
My boat, my rose. It would have been a huge suicide try to take the fortress when I think Man of War was next.
Trim as near the wind as you dare.
Our force patrol these waters closely, Captain. Can we let fly the grapples and board us, sir?
Pull them in with a will!
Our faults deserve no mercy!
Keep them off on deck! Captain overboard!
Captain made a terrible jump.
You're in my sights, sweetie! Easy!
You're done for now!
Too slow!
What is dodge? A button that I don't press.
Try this!
Let's go. Now who's next? Some brave soul came from this side. There was a perfect pitch.
It's pretty to watch.
Man of war! No. I do need to sink. Is there support on the other side
Put
of
on
the
some sail.
Then it was a time.
It's a bloody Royal Navy! And a war!
7 defusers.
That wind's no
We
small
have wind
deal, sir.
against us.
Get the tops and royals down. Set her back.
Beat the quarters!
Fire!
Here's her hanging!
Fire! Fire!
They're firing on us!
Fire! Fire! Brace for impact! Fire! Trim the yards off! Fire! Grounded all on!
We are changing direction.
Reach the top! Fire!
They're bringing the big guns to bear!
Fire! Brace! Fire!
Is there? Oh, there's a fucking boat who's shooting at us.
Get the mains free!
Yeah, that's the problem.
Fire! Brace yourself! Fire!
Without the boat, I would have taken down. I got wrecked.
Royal Navy!
If that boat could stay
Too
away.
powerful, Captain! They will surely sink us!
There's like another.
Wind is shaping up for a big blow, sir!
Don't tell me there's like 3 man of wars. Can't you guys like... Can't you fight against each other, not me?
We have the wind at our back!
No use wallowing about here.
Man your stays, we trim too!
Set her back!
Listen, you maggots!
Fire!
They're firing on us!
Fire!
A few more tower!
We are almost fucking out here.
They're getting desperate!
Fasten yourselves! Fast as you dare! These are off! Fire!
No! The mortar took us down. Round 3.
Get them aloft, let's go!
I know she's a good sailor! Now prove it, my trunks!
Beautiful whale.
We're catching the wind now!
Calm her down!
She's weak as right there, Captain!
Speed, lads! Get her back! Getting on! Brace for impact! Fire! Give everything she's got! Calm her down! Fire! Reset all tops!
Through the foreman! Take the shots down!
Fire! Fasten yourself! Fire! Ease up!
We're trying to get the wave of them.
Speed, lads! Fire! Give ace for impact! Fire! Brace! Fire! Speed, lads!
No! They still were able to hit. Okay, maybe I just need to find the ultimate plans to make my damage even higher before taking this photo. We did have another assassin contract.
Names out! Trim to the wind!
Ride this blow, lads!
Take care of the Spanish leader. They didn't like my shortcut. Hi Bob. Yes. And only way I can level up is
Reef the gallants!
that's fucking fun.
We'll have to rebuild that section, sir!
Catch me some wind!
I need to find ultimate plans, and the ones that I found were with the
Fast
treasure
as
map.
you dare!
Cargo adrift there, sir!
Set her back!
The weather gauge confounded!
Gallants!
Come on, wind. I
Foul!
want to go that way.
Trim as near the wind as you dare! Alright, Jack, sing! Speed, lads!
Where am I to go in high school? Where am I to go?
Go.
Away,
Do you have your favorite season yet?
Oh, where am I to go, me Johnny? Oh, where am I to go? Ease up. Oh, way up on that gun.
Let's see if it's through here or I should have parked there.
Oh, way up on that gun. Where you bound to go? Cry me up, sailor boy, and where am I to go? Oh, way up on that gun.
Fleet are back.
Way up on that gallant guard, take the gallant. Cry me up, sailor boy, and where
Okay, we can land from here as well.
reef the gallant.
From the fleet, Captain.
We hit rock! Check the keel!
Best have quiet
Yeah,
a
well,
while.
we hit something. Look at this. Stop. Press down. Let me go back up. Back down. And now we match up. Misterioso. This has 2 Mayan slates. I think they are the last ones that are. There we have the treasure. Then I can get a Mayan.
¡Se está yendo! ¡Aquí está!
Have a shot. Hello, 2 guards. Which one wants to get have a taste of mine? Seems both. Oh, that was a sniper out there. Little bad parry. Spartan kick. I'm the only one who gets to shoot here. Anything? Is it just... Oh, what is the last game you played? How's the new season of White Rift going for you? Are you already at Diamond? Knew it! I left some gold. Not bad, you are still in emerald but going up. I'm glad. What champs have you been surviving this season? Oh, we already have like the target. Really?
Poor sod. Anything on him?
There's the last place. First we need to take care of this bird.
This island's crawling with guards.
Where's the target?
I'd wager he's in charge, the way he's strutting.
You have a changed main role to support. Going Zyra treasure notice. Nice. I don't know if you saw on Monday, but I played a rare fresh gameplay.
¿Qué tiene de especial esta isla? Yo la veo igual que todas. Hay algo.
¡A la carga!
I did get field to support. Yeah, then I just took the MVP. Wilkes-Barre landing and that's a monkey. You missed Monday. You were with your sister and her husband. Well, that's fine. Family time is important.
The Templars won't be filling their coffers today.
Not today.
Why he is not?
You'll have to do better than that.
I'm trying to kick him. That's not happening.
Not good enough.
Sparta kick. Need more damage. Where were you traveling? Not a long drive. From Summer Cottage to... From Summer Cottage to back home. I still have like next week of work. Then on a vacation for 3 weeks. Although I do need to start my vacation with relatives. Don't like that, but it's just a must. we are missing? There's even a map. And it's just... There's so many things here. Such a... Back home from summer house, 900 kilometers drive. Regarding to visit, it's definitely far away. All of these like in different places. I thought I could have gotten them.
What's this? He must have died guarding his treasure. You can't eat gold, mate.
Sometimes we stop halfway and check into a hotel. How many stops did you have? Like at least you do need to eat once. Better would be twice. Best would be twice. Here we can climb up. At least. It's just you need some time to relax your eyes. Especially if the weather is getting bad. Yeah, the map is slower. You have 2 stops, so I need to charge the car as well as
more gold to get my hands on.
Let's see those. For what island? Oh, it's for Kingston. Okay, okay. We will go back there.
Another letter.
How is it to drive an electric car? Is it, yeah, is yours like almost silent? I've only driven this like a couple of times. My apprenticeship. When I was aged 14 years, my father, feeling I should have discovered some better skill or trade sensible to my habits of mind, apprenticed me to a master carpenter joiner called Jonathan Davenport of Boston. Master Davenport had then many slaves and 2 other white boys in his employ. One a bricklayer by trade and the other a carpenter, both not terribly clever. But seeing in me a certain spark of intelligence and wit, Master Davenport was all too keen to place me as a joiner, and I was happier to oblige, the position earning me £2 a year and a great satisfaction of spirit. The joiner's work requires a nice and steady hand and a great taste in ornament. Both qualities, Master Davenport told me, I had in large measure. And so it was with great pride. Well, prior to the customary 7 years, I took leave of my master after only 5 and set out on my own at 19 years of age to seek my success. Now a man and master in my own worth, my master was not sad to see me go, What made me good fortune, for he knew in his heart that I was the greatest talent he had apprenticed. But there is something of natural genius in you, a wisdom beyond your years. So packing a kit of all my worldly possessions, I bid my mother and father much love farewell, then took passage on a merchant brig bound for Jamaica in the West Indies, where need for carpenters of skill were great. This doesn't tell what type of map use. Okay, boat has finished the missions. So the treasure chest is down there. That's on a tree. Wasn't thinking of making this jump. I thought I would land on the tree. So what I'll have to do is climb back up. You like the car. The stops for charging is needed anyway. Yeah, even with the gasoline as well, like 900 kilometers is just so much. Can be done on one drive. You don't feel limited by the range. Also, it's your newest car too, so I enjoy the extra features like lane assist, ventilated seat. Ventilated seat sounds really nice. I don't think I ever had that. No. Everything of this island taken. Having car steering a bit by itself is very good for relaxing the need to focus. It also depends on the speed though. Oh, we still have one car here. Let's go. Two cars.
La mejor diversión.
My bad, three cars. Monkeys are normal. Insert the speed holder very much. It can slow down automatically if I follow behind another car. There's some cranes actually for that. That's nice. Where was Kingston? I don't think I've experienced it. Only the speed limiter, like you have to manually choose or brake. Brake the boat. The car.
Here's how it goes. Torres meets with Prince carrying a portion of the ransom.
But it definitely helps, like when you are on a
When we
highway.
see the sage, you bring in the rest of the gold, make the swap, and get out. I'll be watching all from close by.
Just don't get
Can
too
you run this
relaxed.
scheme alone at the risk of losing the faith of your crew. It makes me ill to think of you bartering with that wretched slaver.
Come on,
How's the
mate.
traffic in
Once we have the sage,
Sweden
we'll all be rich.
during the summer times?
Not if young Master Kid gets to him first.
Like, are many actually driving to the north?
Jesus. That lad's here to kill him.
Edward, what the hell are you doing here?
Kid, hold off for God's sake. I'm here for the sage and I need Prince alive.
I'm headed for Prin's yard. He's holding an auction. The sage you care so much about might be there. Follow me.
If this is one of your tricks, take care. I have some of my own.
No tricks, Edward. Just a simple, honest stab to Lauren Prince's heart.
Tell me, why are your lot so desperate to kill that old man?
He steals lives, then hawks them to the highest bidder.
Your kind take lives as well.
It's not the same. Removing him from this world grants freedom and justice to many. We're nearing the yard.
It's old
Watch the
slaver.
guards.
We don't like that.
I'll hunt for signs of Roberts.
We're too late. The auction is over.
It shows like 100 kilometers per
There
hour.
still might be something
Or
here
if you
that could
catch
lead
up a
us to
slower
him.
car, then it
I'll search
slows
the
down
yard.
and just the car in front.
Fine. Some of Prince's men are headed for the cemetery. I'll make
So
my
not
way
120.
If you find them, don't kill them. Not yet.
What's the
I
speed
need
limit?
Roberts alive, kid.
there. No promises.
Traffic is sometimes very bad, especially around Stockholm. But not like Helsinki. There's almost nobody here during the July, especially. Oh, we got so many clues.
Enough. I don't know your friend.
Shut a set of white. I'm sorry, sir.
Hush now. I mean you no harm.
Limit on highway
Prince
is
not a kind
110.
master. I hope the sage still survives. Caged like this.
Next clue.
A messenger boy brought another letter.
Came here for the chest. I think we used to have 120. Not sure if they have lowered. Letter from Torres, Senior Lawrence Pins. It pleases me that you bear such good news. If you truly possess the sage, we shall reward you handsomely. But you must forgive my indiscretion. It has been some time, and I wish to verify his version. I will come to your plantation in Kingston, where I trust you will be safely guarded from many meddlers. Your most humble servant, Lorena Torres.
It mentions Roberts, but little else. Maybe
You're an
Kid
old
could make
man,
sense
so
of
you're
it.
only driving at the 100 speed. Save the electricity. I like, what's the hurry? It gives make it like just half an hour more. Or half an hour difference. Then it's, yeah, costing you more as well. Better be safe and relaxed then. And in a huge hurry. That's also wherever you're traveling. Just try not to make it too hurry. It takes away. Here's the kid up here. Yes. Takes away the whole laser thing.
I found a letter to Prince that makes mention of Roberts. Not much to go on.
Prince and Torres might reveal more themselves. They're heading this way. Come now, stay out of sight.
We are following the kid.
How long has it been since our last meeting, Senor Prince? A year?
Near 18 months. You first described this Roberts fellow to me in November of 1715.
Ah, see. Much has changed in that short time, you know. None call me governor, for instance, for I quit that post last year.
Ah, I was not aware.
So many churches in Kingston. Have the English at last taken to converting their slaves to the Christian faith?
Convert them. God knows, Torres. There's none here so foolish as that.
Foolish? How do you mean?
Is it not a sin to enslave a fellow Christian? Therefore, to transmute a slave's soul from animal to man would be tantamount to inviting one's cattle to the dinner table.
I find your bearing appalling, Prince. I believe all thinking, feeling men deserve respect and opportunity.
Opportunity is what my auction presented. 18 slaves sold and more to be shown tomorrow. The profits of slavery outweigh the petty arguments against it.
In the short term, it makes us
Slavery.
see. But in the long term, it will
Horrible
render
thing.
us the victims of our own success.
Not just for a black man,
You
but
and I,
like,
sir,
it's been
old as we are, will not live to see that,
done
unfortunately.
in Europe,
So why bother?
done in Middle East, done in Asia.
Now's the time.
No,
It's a single
not until we see the sage.
greed to rule over other
Here's a
people.
quiet spot. I'll see the money.
This is a portion of the ransom. The rest is close at hand.
It pains me to traffic a man of my own race for profit, Mr. Torres. Tell me again, what has this Roberts fellow done to upset you?
Is this some form of Protestant piety I'm not familiar with?
Perhaps another day.
What?
Next time, see to it that we are not followed. Deal with this!
My hat. We're so happy.
I don't suppose you'd like to talk about this. I thought not.
You cocked up my kill, Kenway.
For a better cause.
In the name of the king!
Get behind
I'll rip you to pieces!
You
look
lost your
what-
chance, man. I'm going after Prince.
Kid, no! Jim, stop!
Not this time, Kenway.
Come on, man! We can work this together!
You had your chance.
Stay your blade, kid! Wait!
We already took down his port.
Your greed stirs. They'll bring you to grief in the end.
I didn't take you for a moralist.
Morality's got naught to do with it. It's natural law, like night follows day. Coin's not a real purpose for living, Kenway.
And your creed is, I suppose.
You know my answer.
We
Don't
can
you
tackle
dare
him here
stop me.
in the middle of the street.
Damn you, old scratch! Keep your natty hands off me!
I can't let you kill those men, kid. Not until I found the sage.
I've been stalking that pig for a week now, charting his moves, and here I find not one but two of my targets, and you rob me of both.
Patience, man. You'll have your kills.
When I locate the sage, you're helping me take Prince. Got that?
Young man, missing the patience. He does have more patience than the current population, right?
Please,
Oh, that was a misclick. What was next?
Now we dance.
3 left. 2.
Right, vengeance.
There was 1.
Your last mistake, mate.
There's a bunny warehouse. We have a couple of songs. Actually, many songs. It's the whole of it. It's just gonna come here. Let's make them calm.
I need that key.
At least one more guard. We actually like, here in Finland, we like the color of red on our houses. That was some painting job.
I have few left in
And
stock.
me boys. Now, if I would not attack every single one.
Get away from me.
Charge.
Attack, man! Attack! Hello! Rinse that junk!
Oh, I've already taken the chest.
I'm begging you!
Here we have a first path. Up. Let's see where it sleeps. The sailboat Murray. That's worse. Cheerly, man. Or cheerly. Yeah. Imagine if we would, like in real life also, just jumping from rooftop to a rooftop. The roads would be so dirty that this is the only way not to dirty our boots. Like that's what they had to do in during the Black Death. To be truthful. Hold on again. Then I remember there was one chest that I'm missing. Where is that? No, one secret is missing. All the chests are. We did get a new map for Kingston. 631 152. 631 152. Somewhere there is a buried treasure. Maybe it will have an ultimate plan. I swear, like, next ultimate plans that I will find will be for damage. The current ones that I got or was able to find yesterday were one for harpoon and then the amount of ammo that I can carry for each different type of weapon.
My God, I'll have your head! Bleed for this! I'll enjoy this!
Is he coming here as well? Nowhere. No public executions. If you do not count my assassinations.
I need a drink.
Not when I'm on the island. That become time.
The chest.
Have you thought about visiting Jamaica? Isn't Kingston the capital of Jamaica, or am I wrong?
I do like buried treasure.
That is where are you buried? Behind there.
It's somewhere here.
I was stepping on it.
I'll take it.
Build a tile design plan. Nope. It's not the ultimate. So... Still saying that there's one secret. Mayor's toilet. Be right back. When is the last time you've had sizzle? Or you never have it? Wasn't this supposed to be a quest location as well? Yeah, there's the kid next to us. Good old James. No, he's a young boy. Let's have a chat. Welcome, chat. How are you doing today?
Wouldn't you prefer meeting in a pub?
I came to Kingston chasing a target. Getting pissed ain't a priority.
Have you thought about ever
We could
visiting
work together
Jamaica?
on this, you know.
Or
It's Lawrence
Bahama?
Prince you're after. I want his prisoner.
Anything from
We're after the sage as well, Edward. Careful who
Caribbean
you
Islands?
cross.
May the best man win.
Chilling and playing Minecraft. Nice. So it's
There's
not
guards
the
controlling that
hardcore
property
mode
from end to
that
end.
you are playing then.
Looks to me like they use bells to signal trouble. See there? We'll want to disable those before pushing too far. With so many men about, we can't rely on stealth alone, so... I'll do what I can to distract and draw their attention, giving you a chance to cut them down.
Alright. You would die
Ready?
so fast. Why would that happen? You have a lot of
not
hours.
James, is it?
Not most days. Come on.
So many hours in Minecraft. That you'd be able to play it blindly. You hear the sound of some specific enemy. No hold. We need to sabotage some alarms. You stay away from fights. Oh, okay, yeah. That's a safe way. There's one. Two.
If you see Prince before I do, kill him, and there'll be a bit of coin in it for you. All right?
Damn, man.
Do you
How is
enjoy
it you're
the
a woman?
building part then?
Christ,
Are
Edward.
you a better artifact
something that needs
architect than I am?
Now, I'm here to do a job. I'll let you be amused later.
They are too far away from each other.
One down.
No gun. We don't allow for a loot goblin. Do you build as well? Okay. I'm really glad you also like it. That's one of my things as well. Maybe one day. We will play the Minecraft. I'll watch the servers, like.
Time for that! I'll get you for that.
He heard us. Well, yeah, what we were thinking, having our own server, you would need a better laptop to play multiplayer. Oh. It is a bit of a problem.
I'll make short work of you!
Only one left.
He can shoot below him, so. What's he doing, dude? This is Sparta! Now where is the third? Most plug very much make your laptop lag a lot and it won't be running at all.
All this
There's the
rain
bed.
don't do no good for the mood.
Where is Master Prince? Hasn't come out of his manor all day.
Still reeling from the attack yesterday. Caused him quite a fright from what I can tell.
Well, it would, wouldn't it? Imagine that.
Here's a likely spot.
I don't know how we are fitting all the bodies here. Let's get at least one more. Guy, you are looking at the wrong direction. I'm feeling this hard. That's enough. I think, well, a really good spot. I suggest.
Now to be done with this wretched place.
One more guard. Oh, two. Seems. Okay, James, where are you at? One is Sparta kick. Might be the full finish again, right? Yeah, this is the place I was not able to access. I tried.
Hold! Stand your ground!
Please, I've been shot. I need aid.
Christ, Thompson, look at her. She's hurt.
Dreadfully, sir. I'm poorly.
All right.
And faint.
Take an arm, lass.
Bless you, lads.
That's how you get it. We cannot.
Haven't the foggiest
just
where
like
they're
a lady.
holding Roberts, but Prince is surely about.
Let's split up. Cover more ground.
Sure.
Barlow, Mr. Prince says to keep your eyes peeled tonight. Says there's some men about bent on making trouble.
I'll spread the word!
Pretty surprised me he's here.
Come, 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 come.
I'll cave your skull in.
Not so silent. Is there a man? Yeah, here. No guards left alive. That was a really loud landing. There's another bed.
I offered you work, boy, a purpose beyond your station, and you cast it aside.
Master, please, it was a mistake.
My cargo is rotten. Dispose of it.
Yes, sir.
They must be laying low.
We're snagging warm over here.
It's to throw the cat. into the bushes. Oh. More incoming.
Attack, lads!
Don't you worry.
Your kind sully this world.
No,
Why
they're
hang over
silent.
me like a leering crow to see an old man suffer?
You've caused no small portion of suffering yourself, Mr. Prince. Retribution, I suppose.
You absurd cutthroats and your precious philosophy. You live in the world, but you cannot make it move.
You mistake my motive, old man. I'm only after a bit of coin.
As was I, lad. As was I.
Heads up, Kenway! I found your man!
I remember you. The Templar from Havana.
I'm no Templar, mate. That was just a ruse. We've come here to save your ass from this slaver.
Save me? I work for Mr. Prince.
Oh.
Well, then he's a poor man to call master. He
dead,
meant
man.
to sell you out to the Templars.
Oh, you can't trust anyone, it seems.
How does the bell work when I took it off?
Roberts!
Let's move, Kenway! Run! See you on the other side!
Oh, yeah!
Oh! In the name of the king!
One take down. Take down.
No breaker!
Use it up. Oh.
Not good enough.
There's still one. There's still one. No, I will. I want to see if there is a chest. Like the game is saying there's one secret. Where it is? All the chests. Oh. Try to climb up.
you!
Loot, but not really. Maybe we can become animals inside. What is this building? Slave owner. And his big musket. Cannot fit the parrot. Stay out of my study. My study and all documents within it is strictly off limits. Any guard found with so much as one foot across its threshold risks losing the legs. It's attached. Conduct your inspection from the doorway.
He's getting away!
It's good that I like
His escape!
took care of all the guards. Most of the guards, it seems.
You can get away! Got you!
I do need to run further.
Got you!
Return to the room. Let's let those guys relax there. I'm looking for a ghost. And then there's one left.
Fights like a duck milks up.
Now we may have a shot. Not yet. No, they are still coming from the fort. Okay. Look a look. Now we are, of course.
Lost your man again, did you?
Aye. Roberts is a devil with a queer aversion to kindness. I suppose that's 2 men I've lost today. So, what's your real name, lass?
Mary Reed to my mum. And them I call friends. But not a word of it to anyone. Or I'll unman you as well.
All good, kid.
Care for another climb?
Climbed enough for a lifetime. But what's one more?
That's the spirit. It's quiet here. No one looks up.
We're faster.
I would have preferred a tavern, if I'm honest.
Of course. We've naught to drink. Why'd you go on the account, Edward? Did you never think to join the King's Navy? Live an honest life? What's funny?
My wife said the same before I left.
Does this wife have a name?
Caroline.
Pretty. You paid her no heed, of course.
What sort of life would I have laboring for the Navy or shearing sheep? I wanted more. The chance at a fortune. A decent life.
And what did she want? Your wife?
She just wanted us to be together. But she'll be glad when I return with pockets heavy with coin. And I can give her the life she deserves.
Your wife loved you poor. And you left her for the scant hope of getting rich. You go on now, Edward. I'll stay here a while. Contemplate the foolishness of men.
All right. Yeah, no more happening. If thy right hand open 3. Officer quest. The battery has found the killers. He seeks Edward's assistance to bring justice upon them. I think this was... Don't I have all of them, Maya? I think I do. 16! Okay, I don't have all of them. We haven't found. Let's go to Buena Vista. Gotta cheat it. Faster first, the place our ship follows. And now we are docked here.
We must be swift, or they will slip away.
What is it, Galvao?
I have a lead on Lucas's men. Their new leader has them holed up in Cape Bonavista. We should strike now.
New leader, you say? I know the place.
These scoundrels will flee an honest fight. While you hunt them down, I'll come from behind and block any escape.
A fine plan, but I'll be doing most of the hunting. Are you sure?
These men are cowards. I'll have my chance with our honors. Edward, I'll meet you inland.
Aye. Watch yourself now.
Let's bring him his revenge.
mostly empty. Not much has changed here.
Did you ever imagine that we'd be the ones doing the hanging? I'd sooner stick to smuggling.
I'll do whatever the boss wants. He pays us a damn sight more than Duke's heritage.
Keep it down. You're scaring off the animals.
Seems the Cass had more loyal men than I knew.
It's good that everything is looted already. We can focus on taking it. How did I miss him? He came. Going to be so open. Imagine being a sniper and just leaving your post like that.
I wonder how the Padre's getting along.
Captain! Over here!
Is that all of them? There's more inside the cave. No mercy.
Step softly now. Don't want to alert them.
If they run, I'll chase them to the gates of hell.
Where is this cave?
What's there to understand? We sap his coin till it runs dry, then find us another papist. It just don't sit.
You go down like a sack of potatoes!
No way out!
He was tanky.
Try this!
Let's see if anything here points to their new leader. These are Ducas's guns.
Perhaps. That mark is the bishop's.
That skull. There we have monkeys. Bishop's orders. There's a village in Punta del Caracol with its own priest. I'm told you have met him before. Kill the villagers and do what you wish with him. Let fear spread like a plague. I expect good news. Bishop Horace Ravencroft.
A letter from Bishop Ravenscroft. Shite. It was the bishop who ordered the attack.
That bastard. I should have seen it. But I couldn't let myself imagine he could be so evil.
This wine doesn't come cheap.
From the bishop's cellar. There's his staff. One moment.
All the clues. Oh, one is still alive.
And if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off and cast it from thee.
Oh.
No more.
The bishop ordered you to kill my people. Why?
I don't know. Please.
You would beg for mercy.
He's had enough, man. Look. Now, who is this bishop?
My mentor. 2 years ago, he tried to build a cathedral in Kingston. The Protestants there refused it. Things turned bloody. The bishop lost his mind. He said we had a Catholic duty to go to war over it. It was madness. I refused. He saw it as apostasy. I hid my people and tried to protect them. I never imagined the bishop would murder them. He will die for what he has done. We must make for Kingston and cut the head of this snake.
I'm on it. Before this, we were actually in Kingston. Doing that.
Captain, I need to prepare. I'll catch you up in the market.
All right.
Pet the dog.
Come here, you.
Unfortunately, we cannot have a dog as a pet. For some reason, they don't allow it. Here's the market.
As good a spot as any.
No, we shall wait.
Why wait till dark? Do you have second thoughts?
No, none at all. Catholicism is forbidden in Kingston, so the bishop only moves at night, like a common scoundrel. I see some familiar faces, Catholics from other villages near mine. They could point us to the bishop.
I'll check the market.
Excuse me. Jane, is that you?
Father Galval, you're alive.
Yes. As the Lord continues to...
They all
What can I do for you?
Nightly shopping. 24/7 shops were already a thing here. I don't think I'm needing anything.
A shame. Till next time, then.
Till next time.
They finally let me in. Got an invitation from the bishop himself.
Good. We'll talk later. And don't show that letter to anyone.
I would like to have a look at that letter.
Help! Please help me!
John Barham, in recognition of your efforts as a friend of the church, we extend to you this private invitation. Cross the stream east of Kingston and follow the lights on the path. Tonight we will induct you as a full member of our circle. This opportunity will not be offered again. Yours in Outlaw, Bishop Boris. We did have another clue somewhere. Olla siis loot. Really? Where's the other gold? Not that far away.
What is going on?
I hear he conducts secret prayers at night in the forests outside Kingston.
I wouldn't dare go near the forest after dark. It's where unsavory types gather.
The bishop hides out in the forest, does he?
Every word from his mouth is a lie.
The man is a menace. They have to find him.
Warning. Beware the heretical teachings of Bishop Ravencroft and his followers. He preaches of peace and understanding, surrounds himself with thugs and smugglers. Ravencroft is a beast in Bishop's Club. The younger Swindorf was tragically lost after he turned over his abominable cause. Protect your homes, watch over your families, and trust the bishop.
Just what sort of bishop is he? So, what has the Padre discovered?
There's another letter.
The bishop is meeting initiates tonight, on the outskirts of Kingston.
Aye, and I've heard that he has bolstered his ranks. You must be careful. Come, I know the way.
The bishop is hated here.
When he first arrived, Bishop Ravenscroft spoke of peace and understanding between Protestants and Catholics. He even helped me to quiet my inner turmoil, but he has changed. The man strangles the life from everything he touches.
We can end all of that.
Yes. He showed me a better path. But now, I wonder if he was the devil's snake, hissing in my ear from the start.
Templar and Catholics. They have been working together.
There are two entrances. Let's split up.
I'll head into the forest.
Let none leave alive.
They're armed, and looking lively.
No, not for long.
The bishop's orders are to kill anyone who approaches.
I've never seen him like this. Were the guns in Cape Bonavista that important?
Perpetrators.
And I am far from walking the streets of Kingston. Enemy beset us on all sides. Yet my faith has never been stronger. Our numbers grow. The enemy fears this. They are right to be afraid. No. Prepare yourselves. The time of peace is past, and our Templar allies gather strength. It is time for war. Shall we begin?
There's trouble here. Die now.
Oh, again. Berserker darts. Why fight by yourself? needs a little bit of assistance. Still have an arrow. Yeah, some weapon.
Hey, intruder! Over there!
No! Escape me! My son! We are not enemies!
Bishop Ravenscroft.
Ah, the berserker actually killed one. Oh, he just gave up.
Confess.
You know this place. They hate us here. When I turned the other cheek, they took everything. We were cast out. Only Dukas heard my pleas. He taught us the ways of his order, found us a new home. By joining with him, I bought time for this church.
You paid for it with your soul.
When we fought back, our tormentors began to fear us. We are winning, Abel. And so, I summoned everyone I knew for a final push. But you defied me, Abel. And others would have followed if your people were not made an example of.
The villagers, my people. Their murder was a lesson?
Was it not a lesson when the Lord ordered Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac? I took no pleasure in it, Abel. Faith compelled me to act. The others were losing faith and resolve. The alliance with the Templars was going to fall apart. Some got brave, like you, Abel. And I was desperate. And it worked. The other villages flocked to Kingston, begging for protection. Our numbers grew again. Your people's sacrifice served God's will.
Nope. Crazy madman.
Please, have mercy.
Using religion as a weapon.
Are we not called to forgive?
The Lord may forgive you, but I do not.
And he's left hanging. What is the small goblet we got? Somewhere I've got a new cost. Stealth. Okay. Yeah, but we are captain. Hidden One's Sigil. The secret sigil of the Hidden Ones. Enemy's detection time is increased while crouched. Not bad. This is the one we got. Sacred Grail, set to prolong its owner's life. Increases the amount of healing from food, drink, and remedies. Caught between heaven and hell. Let's see about that.
Muito obrigado, Captain. I wasn't sure if I could do what had to be done.
What will you do now?
I can't say. How are my villagers who joined you in Great Inagua? They must think poorly of me for becoming a pirate again.
I'm sure they do not.
Thank you, Captain.
And he didn't become a pirate. Still.
Give us a shanty!
Man at arms. Master. Man at arms. I do need to rebuild the ship.
Down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown, boys.
The board.
Down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown. She's lovely on the foreyard, she's lovely down below, boys.
Faster now!
She's lovely 'cause she loves me, that's all I want to
Bloody
know.
Navy! Frigates!
Oh, Captain Baker, how do you store your cargo? Some I stow forward and some I stow
Set her back!
I see not.
40,000
Speed, lads!
40,000 or more below, boys. Oh, way high, and
Are you?
she rises.
Having a fight.
Way high,
That's
and
short.
the blocks is different sizes. Oh, one more boat, don't you hear the mate a bawling?
There's also a harpoon
One
spot for
more
us.
boat, that's the end of our hauling.
Ease up!
On your command, sir. Charlie Brown, she's the gal for me.
The wind has us! Ram them!
Fire! Fire! Those all but me! Fire! 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 Fire!
Better be able to come.
Fire! Fire!
And all last.
Fire! Drag them to that
Yeah,
sea!
this one we used to repair. Hey, you don't touch my crew. Where's the other ship?
Catch me some wind!
Oh, it doesn't care.
Trim as near the wind as you dare!
Okay, let's try harpooning. My harpoon power. Ah, that's a big.
Ready the whaleboat, lads.
Should be fully upgraded.
Well played, Paddy Doyle, for his boots.
Hang tight! Where is it? It's gunning for us!
Look at the damage to the boat. This is full armor, by the way.
I see him off the starboard bow! Steady now, lads! Watch for the tail! Sea dog's hit!
No, happy. Not yet.
You won't get away next time from saying.
Loose all sail!
That was a bit embarrassing.
Go west of ship that ever did sail, sailed on a errand on a windy day, and we're waiting for the day, waiting for the day, waiting for the day to get off bay. She was built in Roman time, held together with Roy, and we're waiting for the day, waiting for the day, waiting for the day to get off. Schooner by the rigging! Nothing in the galley, nothing in the hole. Skippers turned in with a bag of gold, and we're waiting for the day, waiting for the day, waiting for the day that we get off. Off of goodness, they sprang a leak.
Somebody sunk a ship. Frigate.
Into the armor and up to toe. Up you blind, up you bow. Wait for the day, wait for the day, wait for the day.
Careful, Captain! These waters are closely watched by our enemies.
Set her back! Fire! Move! Blaze! Fire! Fire!
Okay, where's the other?
Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Fasten yourself!
Be careful, Captain!
Watch your head!
Every last race for impact!
Hardy! I said Hardy!
Fire! All in the stun! Fire!
We're scraping ground! Watch the keel!
Fire! Fire! All sails! Fire! Race! For race!
We are barely alive. It's a really narrow path.
Let's get going.
Picking up nasty!
She's weak, is right.
Get our dogs ready to bark!
Target!
Fire!
Balls of fire!
Fire!
Against the weather gears, sir!
Brace yourself! Fire!
Raise and use the motors, sir!
Every last scrap of duck on the wing! Jesus! Fire! Trim the yards off the wind! Fire!
Oh, there's 3 boats. Okay.
Captain likes a man there, she's gone.
Crowd on every inch of sail!
Say the word to let fly grapple, sir!
Grappling
Let's
hooks
see.
away! Let's to the
Bunker.
prize!
I'm not that
can hear the motors hitting this boat. We do need to move.
Faster now! Let them go!
Just say your word!
How many ships we...
Mains out, let's go! Starts out, let's get moving! Ease off the wind!
They're mines! Avoid them, sir!
Fire! Blaze! Fire! Blaze! Fire! Blaze! Douse the royals atop! Get the mainsails into the wind! Blaze! Cruise up! Ease her! Trim us off the wind!
No! Oh, there's so many boats. One versus like it really felt like 12. Like, easy enough. 2 frigates. Is it the convoy?
No
also?
use wallowing about here.
Who's the mains? Half sails!
More sail! We need to budge!
Pull aloft! Man your sheets!
Fire!
All the one, sir! Over our bows!
Fire!
Let's take the side heel.
Let us strike these devils down!
I swear it was this convoy also. Don't even hit the board. Oh, there will be just 2 frigates. We can hear from the pirates. Ah, the pirate ship came really fast.
Yo, heave ho!
What? Dude, Zuka! Straight hit through his head. No more bot.
Calm her down.
One ship down, and
Reel
another
them in, me
one.
trunk!
I got the light. You get the pirate here. Nope, many left. He's not going overboard. Yes, I used the sword. Then the original two boats.
Get them aloft, let's go!
Get those bars free! Let's see that dock!
It was a time to die.
Full sail! Crowd it all!
Sheet ho!
Human props him in broad, Captain. Seems to be survived.
Starboard, Captain!
A song!
One again, sir! It's turning against us!
Hit him there, sir! I don't want him, mate!
One again, sir!
Fasten yourselves! Fire! 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 All in the stunsails! Speed, lads! Ease up!
This boat we can
Down
use.
the royals and tops! Tops! Gallants! Royals!
There
Stop!
once again.
Our faults deserve no mercy! Whoa! Heave ho! Heave! Heave! No mercy! Dead to rot!
Warpars don't look. Okay, that's
We will triumph! Speed, lads! On her down! Trim us off the wing! That cliff will smash us, sir! Mains out, let's go! Close down, Garrett!
they're coming which way?
Unreef the mains. Let's catch some wind.
Maybe I should lower the wanted level.
Grappling hooks away. Let's to the prize.
Step on their ship and they'll pass like the sea.
Do not let them board us.
How did that miss? Multiple quests.
That was class.
Get the logbox.
No use swallowing about here. More sail! We need to punch! Check those royals!
Let's see about this.
Cannons! Royals! Foul!
That is just a fishing boat, right? Yeah. They don't have loot.
Reef the gallants! Loose and trim tight! Ride the wind! All the sail we have!
Prepare to board, Milka!
Bring them in for a steely kiss!
No, let's get the logbox. If somebody's coming after us, they can try.
Get them aloft, let's go! Let's ride this blow, lads! Crowd it on, all of it!
All I wanted was to get into this island.
Ease her off! All right, Jack, sing! We have the wind at our back! Lay aloft and reform!
Ila devotion. Let's see what we have here. Encrypted data file. And keys. Almost having the obsidian monolith.
You look like you could handle a delicate job.
Naval contract. Sink hunter ships. Sink a hunter ship using the motor. Okay. Greetings, Privateer. Britain once again proves itself the enemy of honest trade. Their so-called pirate hunters have sunk many fine and innocent vessels and must be punished. Attract their attention using whichever methods you deem suitable, and then obliterate them.
These hunters are always messing with the trade of free folk.
We're actually doing so much for...
in sight, Captain!
So much,
require my services.
Good things for... our Dutchmen. But yeah, we kinda need more cannons. So many ultimate plans missing. It's only 253.
Excellent. Good day.
I have more than 200k.
Well concluded.
We need to keep in the business. There's the viewpoint. Always come back to this island. So foggy. Let's go and hunt the pirate hunter ship. Then we can finish off this island. Deferred that. See my own fleet, how they do it. All of the missions should be done for them.
There's clearer waters now.
And repair the boats. Okay, that's good. Risk level is still at 1. Yeah, I don't have enough rigs. That's fine. What is that marker? Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna have it. Prince can stay there.
Put on some sail. Loosen, trim tight. Ride the wind. Trim off. Bring in the stunsails. Loose all sail. Loose topsails, gallants and royals. Anchor ahoy. Heave to, lads.
Ah, I see that. We can swim.
Move along there.
No witnesses.
Names out. Trim to the wind.
Use some water that we have for water. No, just to try to find.
Trim as near the wind as you dare.
We have made them angry.
A song. Give everything she's got.
They're just like them pretty girls when they get them low.
Set her back.
To pull.
Kind of want to board that boat.
As much sail as you can.
Oh, there's suddenly a storm.
Fire! Ready powder barrel. Fire! Brace for impact. Ease off the wheel! Studs out! Let's get moving!
Yeah. There was too many ships to fight at once. Just the two pirates. Hi, Sarah. I'll do. Definitely a chill zone getting wrecked by 10 ships at the same time. Oy, oy, oy. How you do today? Oh. You have now what? I can flash. Melee works. I hope I still have those two bounty markers on me. Let's see.
Unreef the mains. Man your stays, we trim too. Get the tops and royals down. Wind is swirling the other way.
Where are you?
Faster now.
Maybe I don't have any.
Lads.
We can take on those.
Listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea, and it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys.
Just not like 10 boats at the same time. Side carriage.
She's right, sir. Should be bored and take her.
Let's take the loot.
Let us strike these devils down! Pull! Reel the lovers in!
And there comes the Discord. Oh, we still have a bullet. I hit something. The rest of the crew. Just exclamation mark or Discord or you can get that. Get a link to my server.
Set the mains free! Toast the gallants and race for him!
Ah, that was
crowd
much.
on every inch of sail! Give me more sail! Fire!
Little freak. No, my wanted level is.
Haul up the royal!
I will use this boat to.
Step on their ship and they'll fight like the sea! Drag them to that doom! That pale one's mine, you hear? Oh, he's dead!
Ready. Grab back with the bullets. All refill. And now we are also healthy again. Having boats. That is a man of would like to skip
Up the
it.
shrouds, lads!
Are you?
Come on!
No, it's just a frigate, yes.
Full sail! Crowd it all!
Like, I want to save my motors and fighting versus a man of war. We do need to use them.
Raise your voices, me trumps!
No, I think she gonna
Ease up!
They have a really bad day.
Trim the yards off the wind! Tops! Gallants! Royals! Studs!
There's her captain's logbox. I heard a grenade and hit me. Okay, we're trying to left. Hello. Come here, buddy. Should have stayed down. One more boat.
Loose and trim tight. Ride the wind.
It was a time.
Here we have.
Give us a song, lads.
Frigate!
It's first to run over the small boat.
Fast as you dare. Ease her off.
Fortune beckons.
Run them down! Fire! Fire! Brace yourselves! Fire! Clues up! Eat her sticks! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Now, what did that boat want?
Drop anchor! Firing on your mark, sir! Let's get going.
Belay the topsail halyards.
Furl them all!
We're catching the winds now!
All right, Jack.
Perfect mortar strike.
Let us strike these devils!
Oh, we need another. Oh, that missed. Oh, he died. One more.
Almost too easy.
I think I see a piracy ship. The hunter ship. They have red. Might need to repair here. Red's the sails.
Names out, trim to the wind. Give me every inch of sail. Ease up.
Winds are too strong! Take in some sail!
Okay, it does look good.
Up yards, douse topmast sails.
It's like in the middle of the fight.
Stunsails! Use all the wind you can. Over the board, sir! Take the shots out! Fire! With the weary swap!
Ah, we can just
Give everything he's got. Set her back. Fire! Fire! Fast as you dare! On her down! Douse the gallants and royals! Fire! Crowd on every inch of sail!
beautifully dodged those.
Fire! Cruiser, brace! Fire!
Oh, we are a bit too close to the final water.
Brace! Fire! Fire! Give everything she's got. Brace yourself!
Trying to sail towards the boat that is grounded.
Ease her off! Fire! her back. Ready to board on your mark, sir.
Oh.
Prepare to board, Milskas. Grappling hooks away. Let's to the prize.
We're still alive. To attack me. Not bad. Uses so much of a hedge. What I wanted to prepare. So we can carry on with the Man of War.
Sail! Get off the square in yourselves! Fire! Reef! Short and all sail! Fire! Mains out, let's go! Go back! Douse the royals and tops! Fire! Stunts out! Let's get moving!
Are we? Yes! Must have the dodge that.
Douse all but mains! Fire! Fire!
Ah!
All in! Get off the wind! Get the mainsails into the wind! Who's the main? Half sail!
Enough damage.
Speed, lads!
Not even fully. Missing the ultimate plans for any damage.
Always a fool, Kevin! Drag them to that doom!
Using swivel ain't gonna help. Oh, this way to. No fatigue. Ah, he's tank. 4 shots. Stop swirling! Not too many left. I really do like the rope. Helps a lot. What is the secret they have?
Catch me some wind.
Royal Navy! Rig the frigate! Fast as you dare!
Let's get back to the island. There we have assassination quest. We can repair the ship. I really want to get so.
Paddy McGinley, Paddy Jock and Jackie too. Paddy McGinley, Paddy, Paddy, oh. Shamrock and Rose, boys. Shamrock, Rose and Thistletoe. Shamrock and Rose, boys. Paddy, Paddy, oh. England, old Ireland. England, old Ireland. England, old Ireland. Paddy,
Docking spot is here. So. This island really likes to be fun.
Reef them tight!
You hear the news?
May we pass through?
So many times. Oh, third time here on the island. It's fucking. Yes, 2 assassin contracts. Let's
Have you business to contract with me?
get the boat.
Excellent.
Only
Good
500.
day. Well concluded.
Ahoy, Captain. Need to go underground?
Nah. I do have 3. Why not?
Lovely. I'll make sure they forget you, friend.
Let's open up the tavern first. Little fish fighting never hurts.
Hey.
We are kind of rude, to be honest. Don't let anybody touch us.
You for a traitor!
Who's next?
Now we dance!
Free drinks! And assassination contracts are on this side. Target from a stalking zone. Slave master. Sounds good.
Ilavash is a small spit of sand. Tracking this slaver down should be easy.
Imagine getting the cow over here. It's an easy job.
There's just a patch of dirt between us now, slaver.
It's just one guard, sir.
Go away!
Oh, they see me. Ah. Almost just. Let's make them less aggressive. So I can earn my extra gold.
Where are you, tosspot? Come out here.
Jackdaw looks so. That does count as a stalking, so we just need to get rid of this person.
Hey.
Not quite.
He's showing the power of axe.
The slave is free now to chance the open sea.
Let's just...
or wherever else he may find mercy.
Anything else? 3 secrets that haven't been. Let's go get these. There's another treasure map, a letter, and just
look.
From who? This is from. Get her read. Taking my leave. After my difficult counsel with Bahlam, I took a day to ruminate on what should be done. Lawson's strange and uncertain battle in my head for some days. I was never on one idea before its opposite seemed an option. Yet at last I made my decision. Sir, you have been gracious with me. I told him, my trust in you is complete. Yet I cannot share my visions and memories without first understanding them myself. I must therefore take my leave and travel in secret to players that has occupied my thoughts for many years. Bahlam smiled and said, I understand well, and I believe you believe in your cause. Find the source of your revenue. Reveries will do you a great deal. Go, therefore, and answer these riddles. We will provide you with supplies to see you safely embarked. To which I replied, thank you, sir, and if that I find satisfies me, I will return hither and provide you with answers that may satisfy you as well. In the days following, Bahlam was true to his word, with his young son, Ahtabai. And so he transported me first onto a fishing village near his own town, and supplied me with maps and coin for issuing a warning. Templars are lately come to the West Indies, and these stones is their headmaster. And though few now in number, there must soon be others. Take heed of them, and trust not the entries, for what they cannot earn by conversation, they take by force. And with this, and a hearty goodbye, I took my leave of this assassin and set out for parts no vague sense of purpose underneath. Oh.
I started to worry we would never eat like this again.
Yeah. Just it seems we have execution ongoing.
I'm not one of them.
not happening on my watch.
Might have left something behind.
And about the treasure map, for which island it is for.
Another map, eh?
Ah! It is for this. Right, this was Ilavice. Yes. Isle Avash. I don't know how to pronounce it. Let's see about the coordinates. Coordinates. 534, 510. What? The island name is Chige. Yeah. I don't think I've been there yet.
What's going on now?
Where is the next? Kill privateer leader. Kill the target with an explosion. A small gang of Templar privateers has taken refuge on a forgotten island near here. Your target is the leader. Easy enough.
A privateer captain means to attack the assassins at Tulum. We can't have that.
Yeah, let's go. From the other side, we can actually steer.
Get them aloft, let's go!
Lay aloft and loose mates! Unfurl aloft! Man your sheets!
Is this a storm?
Let's have a song then.
Or just
Give everything she's got!
either rain. Can't see much. Do we need to go more to the left or ahead? Hardest part of this assassination is probably the explosives, because that means I do need to shoot the barrel.
Ahead, sir!
There is somebody small.
Twas a cold and dreary morning in December, and all of me money it was spent. And where it went, I swear I can't remember. So down to the shipping office I went. The body lay back, taking your snack. Take a turn around the captain, heave a ball. About ship's face towards the bend. Around the rise around the hall. Well, it seems there was a great demand for sailors. For the colonies, for Frisco and for France. Well, the ship that bore the limey barked the heart.
Spanish colors, come in! They've got help!
Are we gonna try to go into the lead?
Speed, lads!
To stand by the coming of a storm. The patty they back, taking your
Yeah, I like this black and gold ship itself. Let's leave the bird ship there.
On the quarter deck when first I see him. Such an ugly bunch.
Is it really on these small islands?
There was a bomb and stiff from every quarter, and it made my poor old heart feel sick and sore. Paddy lay back, take in your snack.
Ease up. Reef the gallants!
Anchor away!
Well, that's enough for now.
Break the boat.
Captain's in the water!
Yeah, I've done everything on this island. Just to find who is the enemy. Some of these loads do respawn. I don't know why we run with that animation. Look funny, you know. It is like Captain Jack Sparrow.
It has to be buried somewhere there.
Might have a map for this.
This place looks familiar.
How men's play?
Not good enough.
You are free to go, my man. Better luck for the next piracy you are trying to do.
If it's buried, it must have worth.
Did I get lucky? Yes. I'll take it.
Tasty.
Just unfortunately 400. Now, where is this target of ours? Oh, okay, there you are.
I've a letter of marque here. Only one of a
Found
good
them.
sort, lads. No country or king bids us fight today. It's a secret order of well-to-do aristocrats who'd pay better than any monarch or governor.
Who do you mean, Captain?
I'd wager he were a Templar, but I can't rightly say. For I only
If
met
I can
him
get
once.
him close to that.
Be that as it may, his orders are clear and strict.
Seems like we're chasing Captain Conspicuous now!
Okay, there's another.
You're not hamstring the back!
Too slow, shipbird.
Guess not. I was too impatient.
That's twice now I've saved your assassins, Atabai.
Oh. I hope this. Where is the next location? I feel like checking on the assignments. Scary loading screen. Repair them. Send them away again. My mana wars did take a little bit of damage. No risk level there. Here we still have high. Isn't Trinidad? This is still on its way, 2 minutes. We can have that patrolling and there have some bikes. Hmm. 1311. Let's try to find this island. We do have a naval contract there. Go for a fort. Yes. Open up the seas for us. If we can. I did try to take the other fort over there and no. There was too many enemies.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
Do not leave them muzzled!
Shanty!
Always good. Song.
Faster now!
Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Hey. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the wind don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. For the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none
cargo there, sir?
and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her,
Storm
Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her.
Royal Navy!
For the voyage
You're not
is
alone,
long
sir.
and the
Fair to
wind
the
don't
starboard.
blow, and it's time for us to leave her. I hate to sail on this rotten tub.
They are getting crushed.
Leave her, Johnny, leave her. No grog allowed and rotten grub, and it's time for us to leave her.
Spanish
Leave
ensign!
her,
It's a
Johnny,
spring!
leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her.
AI is actually fighting quite a lot between each other. Hey, is that my target? It is 6 defenses only. Doable. The Englishman had 70. 7! Not 70, that would be suicide.
Ease her off!
I don't want to be spotted.
The Spanish launched their fishing fleets from here, and hang their catch by the harbor. There reeks of iron and rot.
You mistake that smell, my good man. That is the smell of coin. And the more for us.
Eat her sticks!
Is that about really?
All sails! She'll take it! Toast the gallants and royals!
Bring the foremen! Hold in the topsails!
As much sail as you can! Fire! Fast as ramming speed!
Gonna be hit it. Oh, we missed.
Toast the royals and tops! Loose all, let's move!
How many boats there now?
Ease off the wind! Race for impact! Give everything she's got! Ease up! Fire! Faster now!
We really got sunk. There were so many boats. I was just trying to take on the fort. I think I do need to get the ultimate match. Otherwise that's not gonna happen.
The Spanish launched their fishing fleets from here, and hang their catch by the harbor.
Well, it's 10 PM. I'm a bit late, but I did start today later on, so we're a bit late. Yes, match good. That works for me. More Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era will be played on Sunday. How's your day been otherwise? Already 40 hours in. More of a Black Flag next week. Tuesday, Wednesday, and probably Thursday again. Do I have more time? Yeah. 40.4. Still more time. Leading Kingdom KCD2. Let's go with the easy one. What's my favorite faction in this game? Necromancers, they do seem to be like way stronger, or maybe it's just easier to play than with the Templars or Temple. They just died so fast. But yeah, Necro, I prefer Necromancers over Temple. Just need to look up, like, I don't know, how you, like, do I need to go for the Dread Knights or try to somehow, I'm not sure, like, do you actually have enough time to get the vampires so strong? Because you need to spend a lot of law points for that. And then it's a lot of building towards just to get the vampires. They are so costly. You need to fight. Yeah, that would work really well. One game being thought, what the hell am I doing? And then play against you. That sounds like a good deal. Following same category, we have two playing. Let's see how Spectre is doing. See you on Sunday. I'll try to be earlier than 11. Thank you, chat. I really appreciate you being here. And tomorrow, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 shall continue. The story of Henry. Thanks for today. And sweet dreams. Bye bye.